Let the house please be in order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer. The gentleman from Choctaw has a very special guest here today that will pray for us. And after her prayer, please remain standing for the pledge. Gentleman from Choctaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I have a very special lady here today that is going to lead us in prayer. This woman has been praying over me for 48 years, and she's done the best she can do, is all I can say. But she's got a tough job here today to pray over all these members, because I know each and every one of you, but she is a very kind lady, and I love her to death. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let me introduce my mother, Miss Jane Wood.
Thank you so very much. Would you bow your heads with me now? Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, humbly we bow before thy throne of grace, dear Lord, thanking you for the many blessings that each and every one of us have. And we ask, dear Lord, as we meet together here today, that we make decisions that ultimately honor you, Lord, and that we may work jointly, not divided. And I pray that you'll be with each and every one of these legislatures as they cast their vote. And I ask that you be with them as they go home today. And we're so thankful to still live in the state of Mississippi that is still free, where we still have a vote either way. And all these blessings I ask in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Salute, pledge.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. I see lots of you. The board's lit up to introduce folks. Gentleman from Adams, I'm coming right to you. But I just saw here, he disappeared. He was right in front of me. Our colleague, Representative Grady. Where is he? There he is over there. Gentlemen, it's good to have you back with us. Can't keep a good man down. He's back with us, and we're certainly glad for that. It's good to see you, gentlemen. Good to have you here. Welcome. All right, gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with us today, we have a group of extraordinary ladies, the Links Incorporated, in both galleries with the green jackets on. The Links Incorporated is an international not-for-profit corporation established in 1946. The membership consists of more than 17,000 professional women of African descent in 299 chapters located in 41 states, the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Bahamas, and the United Kingdom. It is one of the nation's oldest and largest volunteer service organization of extraordinary women who are committed to enriching, sustaining, and ensuring the culture of the economic survival of African Americans and other persons of African ancestry. And if the House will indulge me for a minute, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce some of these women. In the North and South galleries, we have the president of Letitia Johnson of the Jackson, Mississippi chapter of the Lynx. Wave your hand. President Karen Bryan, Mississippi Roses chapter. President Countess Thompson of the Natchez chapter. First Lady of the City of Jackson, Dr. Ebony Lumumba, she's in one of those galleries. The Southern Area Legislative Affairs and Resolution Chair, Ms. Tiffany Johnson Cole. And personally, we have friends of mine, Ms. Dorothy Thompson, the pillar of strength for our family, my wife, Evelyn Johnson, Ms. Lakita Brown, my cousin, Tina Gaylor, who is in the North Gallery, former president of Tougaloo College, Ms. Beverly Hogan. Thank you for your patience, and please make these ladies welcome.
Welcome. Welcome, ladies. Good to have y'all here at your capital. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen in the House, if you would, in the North Gallery, we have joining us today members of the Classical Conversations Homeschool. If I could get this group of young ladies and men to stand, please, and be recognized. And a constituent of mine who is a part of that group, Ms. Laura Tucker. If y'all would stand, be recognized, and help me make them welcome. Thank you so much.
Welcome, young people. Good to have y'all here at your capital today. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I saw a former vice principal or principal of mine from middle school above me in the South Gallery here, Dr. Shannon Vincent. I want to make her feel welcome.
Welcome, Doc. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
Yes, sir.
Please make welcome the Mississippi Delta chapter of Lynx President, Ms. Earlene Brooks Carter. Please help make her welcome.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among all these ladies in the gallery and these beautiful green jackets on, I have two of my distinguished guests here today. From Bolivar County, Ms. Zena Housey-Wentz, who's the Alderwoman of the City of Cleveland, and Ms. Marilyn Starks, also from Bolivar County. Let's make them welcome.
Welcome. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, we have one of my most favorite constituents, all the way from DeSoto County, Ms. Teresa Isom. It's good to see you. Please make her welcome.
Welcome, lady. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McCray.
I also have a good friend, Teresa Isom from DeSoto County. She's the one that motivates me to take this 2-hour and 15-minute drive every week. So thank you.
Welcome, lady. We're thankful for that motivation. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Mr. Speaker, introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker and my distinguished colleagues in the South Gallery, it's more than honoring and fitting to have the Gulf Coast president, who's the daughter of the first African-American District 119 Representative Mr. Isaiah Fredericks, followed by her mother, Mrs. Frances Fredericks, a distinct colleague. In the South Gallery, we have Ms. Yolanda Fredericks from the city of Gulfport. Also, we have Dr. Sharon Vincent, Ms. Joyce Burton, and Ms. June Jones, all from the city of Gulfport to represent this outstanding organization and the rest of the Gulf Coast delegation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome, ladies. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have with me today former state representative current Hines County Circuit Judge, and my mom, who follows me practically everywhere. I just want her to be recognized. Former Representative Deborah Gibbs.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you here with us, lady. You're still well loved in this chamber, and welcome here anytime. Appreciate the good work you're doing on the bench now. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for the ladies and gentlemen of the House to help me make welcome a few ladies representing the Mississippi Roses chapter of Links Incorporated. We have with us Miss Edith Sims, Miss Tara Dawn Ross, Miss Hester Bowie, Maya Lee, and Sonia Eden. Let's make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you can turn your attention to the North Gallery, I want to welcome one of my Greater Leadership Jackson classmates, Mrs. Precious Mellon Becker. Thank you, lady.
Welcome, lady. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North and I think the South Gallery as well, I'd like to introduce some constituents of mine. Dr. Vincent, who's also been introduced already, Margaret Bush, Mamie Hardy, and Dorothy Shaw, and Tanisha Batiste. Thank you.
Welcome. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, I'd like you guys to make welcome a good constituent of mine, Magistrate Judge Lakeisha Greer Isaac.
Welcome, Judge. Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman from Natchez mentioned her name in our North Gallery, but I thought it would be befitting to give her a proper introduction. Dr. Beverly Wade Hogan is the first woman to be named president of one of the greatest institutions east of the mighty Mississippi, Tougaloo College, and I wanted to give her a proper introduction.
Welcome, lady. Gentleman from Octibaha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to introduce President Diane Ville Fuller, who represents the Golden Crest chapter of the Links. Ms. Fuller, will you please stand to be recognized? Thank you.
Welcome. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please join me, Representative Butler Washington, and the rest of the Hines County delegation in welcoming President Lurleen Irving of the LaFleur's Bluff chapter of the Links. Please stand and be recognized.
All right, I don't see anyone else seeking introductions. Before we go to the calendar, I will entertain a motion. Gentlemen, do you have further introductions? All right, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Rules, for further introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North and South Galleries, we are acknowledging a resolution commending the Links Incorporated on this auspicious occasion of Mississippi Links Day at the Capitol 2025. We're honoring their esteemed organization's outstanding service to the community, the state, and the nation. So let's all give them a round of applause.
Thank you, gentlemen. And once again, welcome, ladies, to your capital. It's good to have you here. All right. Before we go to the calendar, I will entertain a motion from the gentleman from Rankin to recess subject to call. I believe, before I do that, I recognize the Chairman of Ways and Means. I believe he's got to call a quick meeting for a couple of other items. So, gentleman from Tate.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would call a meeting of the Ways and Means Committee immediately upon recess.
All right. Ways and Means immediately upon recess. All right. With that in mind, gentlemen, I'll entertain your motion to recess subject to call.
I make a motion recess subject to call.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House will stand in recess, subject to call. Let the House come back to order. We will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider and rules calendars passes, which brings us to the Ways and Means calendar. I recognize the gentleman from gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. In the South Gallery, ladies and gentlemen, today we have with us the gifted students of the Winona Elementary School and their teacher, Mrs. Amber Austin. If y'all would stand and let us welcome you to the Capitol today.
Welcome. Good to have y'all here. Gentleman from LaFleur, Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Speaker, introduction.
Yes, sir.
In the South Gallery, we have a group of students from Greenwood High. Please make them welcome.
Welcome. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Mansell.
Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. In the North Gallery, we have students from Clinton High School. They're escorted by Mr. Joel Yelverton, who's serving as tour guide as well. Today, y'all stand up and let's see y'all and make you welcome in your capital.
Welcome. Y'all got a pretty good tour guide too. Welcome, gentlemen. All right, we will go to the Ways and Means calendar. I recognize the chairman, gentleman from Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Ways and Means calendar, item 1, House Bill 248, we call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you. House Bill 248 simply is a very simple bill. It revises the definition of food that is exempt from sales tax for food pantries to make sure that includes perishable and non-perishable food. That is an explanation.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott. You have an amendment? Don't see any questions on the bill. Lady, you may come forward with your amendment. I'm sorry, gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, does this include like churches and nonprofits that give away food to the communities?
If you have to be a designated food pantry, there's a designation for that currently, in current law.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. We recognize the lady for her amendment. Lady, you're recognized. Lady requests the amendment be read.
Amendment number 1 by Representative Scott, amend on line 202 and add computers, laptops, then renumber.
Lady from Jones, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill that's before you has a section in it that allows for certain retail sales that apply for school supplies to be exempt in this for the tax purposes. We believe that computers and laptops are school supplies that are important to our young people. When we did this list, you know, we included all kinds of other things: book bags, calculators, notebooks, all kinds of things. We even included sheet music in this exemption. What we would like to do is add computers and laptops for our students to get the tax exemption, and that's what the amendment does. And I would ask the House to adopt it.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. I recognize the chairman to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lady and I think, do this dance every year. I appreciate where she's coming from, but you know, exempting, we have no idea what this would cost, and in a year where we're trying to eliminate the income tax in this state, I don't think this would be the right move to make at this time, so I would ask that you oppose the amendment.
I recognize the author to close on her amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the chairman came when he came and handled House Bill 1. The first thing that he told us was, this state is flush with money. You remember that? And he told us about all of the billions of dollars that the state had available to it. Now, I'm going to say to you, we recognize all of these young people that come in here, and we talk about our commitment to children and to education. We're trying to move forward in Mississippi, and everybody knows that computers, laptops are things that our children need for them to get their lessons. I'm going to ask the gentleman so that you will know, every bill that he brings up here that has an exemption, because he's exempting tractors. Did you know you're going to have a bill that exempts tractors that's sitting on the showroom floor coming to you today? But we don't want to give these children's parents a little relief on the taxes for purchasing a computer or a laptop. It's time for us to stand up and say, yes, we're going to do this for young people. We're going to add computers and laptops to have that exemption. I would ask the House to vote aye for this amendment. Thank you.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to House Bill 248. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 37 yeas, 73 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item 2, House Bill 812. We'd call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
This bill is, again, a very simple bill. It just continues the ad valorem homestead exemption for unremarried surviving spouses of veterans who are 90 years of age or older. That is an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any questions. Lady from Hines, for what purpose?
An amendment, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You are recognized now for your amendment. You may come forward. Lady from Hines, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that I've had an opportunity to speak with the chairman about this bill, but I know he has a lot going on in his committee. What my bill would simply do is add some language at the end of line 136 that says that an unremarried surviving spouse of a homeowner who has been classified as disabled according to the federal acts that will qualify someone to be disabled would also be exempt. So it just adds that the unremarried spouses of those individuals who were married to someone who had a disability would also be exempt. That's simply what my amendment would do.
Questions on the lady's amendment? I don't see any questions. I recognize the chairman to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I don't oppose the amendment at this time.
All right. Anything further from the author? Okay. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 3, House Bill 919. We'd call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a committee sub.
Next, I would move that we adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes to us by way of the hospitality community. This bill would revise the definition of hotel and motel to make sure that the marketplace platforms, think VRBO, Airbnb, still collect the local sales taxes that our motels and hotels are required to collect for those communities who have adopted those local taxes. That is an explanation.
Questions on the committee sub? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure, because this bill is important to us, that people understand we're not taxing the people that own the actual homes. We're taxing the platform.
Most people, gentlemen, as you know, will sign up to rent their home on a platform, and
Right.
this will require the platform to, we think the platforms are doing a decent job of collecting the 7% state sales tax, but they may not be collecting the local tax.
Right.
That the other hotels, so it's just trying to put everybody on an equal playing
Yeah.
platform.
I just don't want anybody to think that this is going up on local people. This is
No.
This is a platform they subscribe to.
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
And move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you. Item 4, House Bill 1667. We'd call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
House Bill 1667 is a bill that comes to us to try to encourage and stimulate our small business communities, those 50 employees or less, to provide health insurance for their employees. This is modeled after an effort that has been tried in some other states successfully. This would give a $400 tax credit per employee with a $2 million aggregate cap to those businesses who offer health insurance to their employees. And that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yeah, well, the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this bill, I mean, I have misplaced it, but it's somewhere there that talks about they can carry over the earned tax credit for 10 years.
Yes.
And can you explain that part of the bill to us where it talks about that cap, and it also talks about how they cannot exceed their tax liability or something like that? Because I've got so much going on over here, I can't find it.
Lady, it cannot exceed their liability, but the carry forward is a standard procedure in our tax credits, deductions. Most taxpayers routinely carry those forward and choose which year they want to claim them in.
Okay, in the bill, I was just reading in the bill what the bill said. That's what the bill said, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask you this, though. On these tax credits, do you have any idea of how this will impact the state budget?
Well, it can.
Because we don't want to do anything. We can't do computers, so we don't want to do anything that's going to impact the state budget.
Since you brought that up, lady, I don't mind telling the body, it's probably a good chance to tell them now, since we didn't talk about it earlier, that computers that are sold, provided by schools, are already sales tax exempt. So any school that provides computers and laptops to children through the school don't pay sales tax. So I think that's an important distinction of what you were telling the body earlier. That said, it's a $2 million aggregate cap on this plan,
Per employer
total.
for
To
the
the
total
state.
program?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Does that conclude your interrogation, lady? All right, I don't see any further questions.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, we go to item 6, House Bill 1851. I call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the Vice Chairman to handle the bill.
Vice Chairman, gentleman from Tippa, is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, House Bill, appreciate that. House Bill 1851, the lady's already...
Gentlemen, I'm going to be like the teacher now. If somebody passed you a note, you ought to have to read it to the whole class.
We have pages here. I refuse to do that.
But I appreciate
Thank you.
I appreciate you exercising discretion.
Thank you. But this bill simply eliminates the inventory tax for tractors and farm equipment. We currently have a problem where dealers are getting tractors and farm equipment like in November and December. They're getting assessed on this equipment, and a lot of times the tractors are going to other dealers in January, although the dealer has paid like $1,000 tax on a tractor that they'll never benefit from the sale of. So this just addresses this and codifies the law, and that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Absolutely.
The genius, gentle lady from Jones County said something about the tractors that's on the showroom floor. How does this piece of legislation impact that?
Tractors on the showroom floor?
Yeah.
Well, this eliminates inventory tax on tractors and motorized. It's still motorized. Farm equipment. Okay. Farm equipment.
Okay, so
not lawnmowers or anything like that.
Will side-by-sides be considered farm equipment?
Front-end loader. Front-end loader.
Front-end loaders?
Yeah. My chicken farmers have a lot of those.
Okay, so I'm just a little curious. If we're doing all these tax plans and talking about cutting revenue, and we're talking about moving resources out of our general budget, and this is one of the ways we receive revenue, and we're taking this away, how is this going to impact the overall outcome of small communities that survive off our proceeds of tax revenue?
Well, this is ad valorem. It's not the Department of Revenue. It's not our tax. It's not
So
the general.
does ad valorem tax go to local communities,
True.
gentlemen?
You're correct.
So if I am a small community of 3,000 people, but I have a large tractor distribution warehouse inside of my community that pays tax into my local community off items that he has in his inventory, will this impact my local tax revenue?
Yes.
So we're stripping local communities from resources to provide services for our local communities.
But I don't think it's fair for that business to pay tax on a tractor that they will not benefit on the sale of potentially.
So who else gets this exemption in this state?
This is
Well, gentlemen, while you figure that out, let me ask you this question here. What other industry receives the number of exemptions that farmer receives in this state? What other industry receives?
Well, we did this for our auto dealers 2 or 3 years ago.
So it's only 2 industries
that I'm aware of, yes.
Okay. So let's go back to my original question. Is there a feasibility study been put in place on how much revenue each county or community will be losing if we do this?
No.
So
I would see it being minimum to a lot of our rural areas. Now, these bigger cities, I know the gentleman from Madison there, he's in this line of work.
So don't you think that this body who's about to strip revenue from their local communities need to know just about how much money they will be stripping from the local communities? Wouldn't you think that we should know that?
I don't think that bill's passed.
So it hadn't passed yet, but you're trying to push it that way. I'm just wondering how much will a small community that's struggling now to even meet their needs of basic educational needs, how much money they're going to be losing?
It varies from city to county, county to county. It depends on if they have a tractor sale place.
Right. Thank you, Jim.
Always welcome, buddy.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, just how much revenue will these various localities lose by exempting these ad valorem taxes, and what about the impact on the school systems in those particular communities?
I mean, it's zero as far as the general, the state, but it's like I told the gentleman from Washington, it's going to vary from county to county.
I can't hardly hear you.
It's going to vary from county to county.
I realize that. So
Sir?
you don't have any idea what the financial impact may be?
How many what?
What the financial impact may be for the localities?
I mean, it's going to vary from county to county. If a county does not have a business that sells farm equipment, it's not going to hurt them at all.
But I realize that.
Yeah.
But what if they do?
Well, it's going to vary depends on how many tractors they sell or don't sell. It varies from year to year. The economy.
Well, will the revenue be made up that's lost?
That would be up to the county.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Is Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
I got a big, for Adams County, I got a big Caterpillar dealership down there. Been there close to 30 years. Never complained about anything, big ad valorem resource. We getting ready to lose that. I mean, they for Adams County, it's big to have a Caterpillar dealership.
I don't think that this is being done all over. It's just certain counties that's implementing this stuff.
But if it is, I can just check with my
check with your local Caterpillar if they sell
what
farm
the impact
equipment.
will be.
Yes, I think they would like this bill.
The tax collector would
No, the Caterpillar.
Oh, I know they'd like it, but Board of Supervisors may not like it.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 101 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Next, Mr. Speaker, we would go to item 7, House Bill 1872. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
1872 would simply return the direct wine shipping bill on the tax portion to the House language that originally passed the House. The Senate, I know we passed that. It does not affect at all what we did last week on that becoming law. It just simply corrects the taxable portion of how it will be taxed in the way that the House version taxed it, which was consistent with exactly how those same bottles are taxed in the liquor store. And that is an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
It moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 8, House Bill 1880. We would call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this would be a new program. Some of y'all who've been around a while will recall the film incentive program that we've had on our books for many years. As many of you know, probably much more so than myself, in addition to films, large TV productions have become a real thing. And so we have, over the last couple of years, met with individuals who are located here in Mississippi who would like to explore making these types of television productions here in the state. And so what this bill does is give us a similar program to our film incentive program, but for televisions and television series. This would be a tax credit program that would provide a production company that spends at least $4 million in Mississippi on productions that have at least 65% of their runtime occurring inside the state of Mississippi. It would be a 25% credit on qualified expenses, 30% credit for resident employees, 20% credit for non-resident employees, capped at $3 million per employee, and a $42 million per year aggregate cap. That would be a 10-year carry forward, and they could either be allowed to take the credit or a 75% rebate on their expenses and cost. Again, this is one of those tax credit programs where they don't get it unless they produce according to those guidelines. And I'll be happy to take any questions that y'all may have.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman will yield.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain why you have a retroactive effective date, January 1st, 2025?
Gentlemen, so that if one of these production companies wanted to meet these qualifications and jump right in, it's kind of hard to authorize tax credits for half a year. So it just makes it available for 2025.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. I'm sorry. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott, for a question.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker,
Here I
would
am.
you yield, Mr. Chairman?
I will do that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we're trying to read it. This is not applicable to movie productions. It's only for television productions?
That's correct. We already have a program for movie production.
Okay, but we used to have a program for movie productions, did we not?
I said we already have that. Yes, we do have
But
that.
let me ask you this. That's what I want to get to. Do we have monies in the movie production over there at the MDA or whoever it is that has it?
That program is still active and has been. We haven't changed it in several years, so it's as it has been.
Well, you know, when they did the film that was depicted, the Free State of Jones County, if you recall, it was filmed in Louisiana, and we were told that it was because we didn't have the tax credits for the movie production company to take advantage of. So again, my question is to you, can you tell us what the amount of movie tax credits we have?
Lady, I'm aware of that, and yes, the state of Louisiana had better incentives at that time in their Film Production Incentive Act than the state of Mississippi, and that's no secret. That's probably why Louisiana got the filming of that movie that was based on, Jones County here in Mississippi.
And so have we done anything to correct that, is my question to you?
This bill does not deal with the movie film
And
incentives.
we don't have anything in law now, in monies now, that corrects that?
That has not changed, lady. I'd be happy to work with you if you want to look at changing it.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that was true a few years back, but under your tenure, haven't we reinstated some of the incentives that we had done away with? Remember the governor, when he was lieutenant governor, discouraged us doing tax credits on movies. And since then, we have increased those tax credits since the Free State of Jones.
They were increased, gentlemen, sometime around, to my recollection, 2000, I don't know, 19 to 21 range, somewhere in that range.
That's what
my recollection.
I was just addressing the fact that it's not where we like it to be, but it's better than it was
Better than it used to be.
pre-21.
That's right.
All
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
And move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 116 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1894, which is item 9. I'd call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill 1894 is just a simple bond bill. It has kind of our state agency request in it. It does have a reverse repealer in the bill. This is just to keep a bond bill alive in the event that we need one as we move toward conference and move toward final negotiations with the Senate. We usually do this every year, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Would you yield, Mr. Chairman?
I'll continue to yield, lady.
Thank you. Now, can you tell us, there is some escalation in this bill for, through MDA on some different programs for loans?
It has as I said, it has the agency request in it, IHL, community college, what we call their standard bond request, what we've always referred to it as. But again, I don't know that we'll have a bond bill. We may have a project bill out of, CapEx money or other ways, which is what we've done the last couple of years. But this is, again, just to have a vehicle alive in case we need to do that. Again, I'll reiterate, it has a reverse repealer in it.
But we do, in this bill, the committee has identified an escalation in bond authority, right?
It is
tell us what that
as
is?
requested by the agencies.
Yeah, can you tell us what that is?
I can get that. I don't have it in front of me, lady, but I can get that and provide it to you.
Okay, so would you please, in the bill, I think it shows us for IHL and I think it shows for some of the state agencies, but there are some other escalations. Can you get that information for
I will
us?
get all you that.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So it has all these provisions and agency requests in it. Doesn't it also have the code section for the Promise Act tax credit?
It's got some tax credit codes, various tax credit code sections, including that one. Yes, sir.
Okay.
No changes, just code sections.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 116 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, could I be recognized out of turn to recognize people in the South Gallery?
You're recognized, gentlemen.
And the North Gallery. Okay, we're surrounded, ladies and gentlemen, from students from Senatobia Elementary School. If y'all would please help me welcome many, many friends of mine to their capital, my friends from Senatobia City School District.
Welcome. Welcome, young people. Good to have you at your capital today.
Thank you.
You're recognized for further work, gentlemen.
Next, we would move to item 10, House Bill 1896. Call the bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Next, I would ask that we recognize the Judd B. Chairman to handle the bill.
The gentleman from Grenada is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is, some of y'all may know, we're trying to move the Kratom bill through the Senate and the House as far as getting it to where we can sell it in convenience stores, make everybody happy. But what this bill does is impose a 15-cent excise tax on Kratom products as identified in the House version, the bill that we sent to the Senate, and it's based on the manufacturer's description of it, similar to smokeless tobacco products. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Is that 15% just going into the general fund, or are we earmarking any of those funds
General
for
fund.
drug?
General fund.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman, would you refresh my memory on what we have done? I know Kratom has been a subject up here for many years, and what have we done as far as, I know it's even been talked about making it a scheduled drug and all these other items, but currently today, did we not change it? Do you have to be 21 to purchase this product?
Right now, we do not have that in law to change it to 21. I've had discussions with Senate and also stakeholders in it to basically try to maybe get that done, and we're not done with that yet. But what we have agreed on is basically scheduling the bad Kratom, and the technical term as far as the over 1%, the natural stuff would not be scheduled, and that's basically where we are on it right now. The 18 to 21, we haven't addressed that yet, gentlemen.
And it's still, it's basically just as readily available as any other product when you go into a convenience store.
At this time, it is, yes.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, next we would move to item 11, House Bill 1897. Call the bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, what this bill would do, it comes to us by way of resolution from the counties of Tate, Panola, Lafayette, and Yalobusha by unanimous resolution to create the Northwest Regional Alliance for Economic Development purposes, similar to the Pool Alliance that was formed many years ago. The various counties in Northwest Mississippi would like to band together, partner, if you will, to help recruit economic development, industrial development, commercial development throughout the Northwest Mississippi region. And so that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I deeply appreciate your innovative way of thinking. I think we've had several conversations around doing things outside the box. However, I'm inquiring to know if this is open, will this piece of legislation be open to other counties inside this state to do some of the same innovative, out-of-the-box thinking that you are trying to do in your community?
Gentlemen, as I have told you many times before, if you're thinking about you want to do something like this in your neck of the woods, bring us unanimous resolutions from those counties, and I'll be glad to pass that too.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to work on that. However, how about let's do what we normally do on legislation. How about putting it in the code section and say, once the counties come unanimous in their agreement, they will already be automatic to participate in this. That's innovative, that's creative, and that gives communities an opportunity to take advantage of some of these great ideas that you're having these days.
Gentlemen, you stepped off in that one. That's been law for many years. It's called the RETA statute. It's existing law. I suggest you look into it.
I will do that, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Would you be opposed if I were to gather those resolutions for Southwest Mississippi as this bill moves through the process? If we were able to have the resolutions, could we add an amendment to this bill if we completed?
As long as that would do no damage to this bill, I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a good bill, innovative, and I hadn't had a chance to read it. The 3/5, why is a 3/5 vote?
He's got some bonding authority for the counties.
Okay,
yes,
thank
sir.
you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, we'll go to the next item on my list, which is actually item 13. We'll call House Bill 1878 up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Please recognize the gentleman from Wayne to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Wayne is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1878 is a bill that's been worked on by various groups and is attempting to address the large increase that our ag structures have seen through this most recent reappraisal process. Most of the new language starts on line 100, and it simply reforms the way the depreciation is calculated. It's now going to be calculated at 7% straight line with a floor of 20% as long as these ag structures are in use. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand, as I read through the bill, does this decrease the amount of ad valorem tax you can collect on the true value of rural structures?
It should not. It should help the farmers.
But what does it do to the county?
It would take them longer to get to where it would take them more years to get to their increase by doing it 7%, is my understanding.
And so the county, right, that would retard the county's ability to collect more tax on structures as opposed to, say, my law office.
Correct.
So the farmers are getting a little preferential treatment here.
The most recent appraisal process, they saw a unusually large increase, much more than commercial or residential. And so this is an attempt to help retard some of those increases.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, we would move to the supplemental calendar. Item 1 on that calendar, House Bill 1901. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1901 would be a reauthorization of our New Markets Tax Credits Program. It previously has been authorized at $15 million per year. This would change that, add $1 million to it at $16 million per year. It's the same program that we've had on the books for many, many years. It did not make it through the process last year, and so this would authorize it effective January 1 of 25. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 2, House Bill 1902. I call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a tax credit bill that includes new markets, the way we just passed it just in 1901, as well as the Children's Promise Act. What this does, it will be an increase to the CPA that similar to what we did last year, except in this method that we're going to offer to the Senate would use old, unused tax credits. It would not authorize any new or additional tax credits for the CPA. We met with DOR and determined what other tax credit programs had authorized tax credits that were not being fully utilized, and we transitioned some of those to fund the CPA at the requested levels, where it would go from 18 to 40. Again, no new tax credits. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, 1902, the increase in tax credits for private schools is going to increase to $20 million.
No, sir. That's the explanation I just gave you. That Children's Promise Act deals with foster care organizations, nonprofit educational institutions, and gentlemen, you sat in the hearing that we had last year on this bill, and you understand the work that they do, and I understand you got your politics to handle, but there's a lot more to it than what you just said.
It's not politics. We had this discussion last year.
We did.
The schools that you talked about, they came and testified before our committee. Wonderful programs, do great things. But the Promise Act encompasses more than just those schools.
It includes, gentlemen, we're not having any changes to the criteria that's in the existing law.
Okay.
So if you have to meet that criteria to serve those types of children. So any nonprofit that does that, on the education side and on the foster care side, which, by the way, both sides save our states hundreds of millions of dollars every single year. And as I recall, you voted for the bill last year and told me you supported it. And so
out of committee.
This would change that and fund it to where right now there's not enough credits for the need. Okay, I met with DOR, and it does not use any new tax credits. It just moves some around, and that's what it does.
Okay, but if say Adams County Christian School, which was established back during desegregation, and it's a private school, if they came in and they had 2 or 3 kids that meet this criteria, they would qualify for the whole tax credit.
Gentlemen, I have no idea whether that particular school meets the terms of the law or not. I'm not aware of that.
But a private school that's not the Mississippi Speech School or some 2 or 3 of the other schools that testify could have 2 or 3 of these kids at their school and qualify for this tax credit. A private school. A private school.
Non-profit. They have to be a 501c non-profit, which you can call it a private school, you can call it a non-profit, you can call it whatever you want to call it. I'm telling you what the law says. The law does not mention private school. It says what it says.
Well, most of the private schools are qualify as non-profits, don't they?
Gentlemen, I don't know. I'm for educating all kids, helping all kids, especially special needs kids, and this program does a lot of good. You said it on the hearing. We can continue to have that talk and that conversation, but it's a responsible program. It's highly requested, and it's capped at no more than, I think, $300,000 or $400,000 per qualifying institution.
Well, you understand my concern. I'm 100% behind those schools you just talked about.
Okay.
I don't want people sliding in through the back door getting benefits that they don't deserve.
I agree with you, gentlemen. I agree completely.
And so
they need to follow the law.
As we work through this process, do you have any problem with trying to narrow those criteria, or working with us to narrow those criteria?
So I support the program, but if there's ways to make the program better, I'll sit down and talk with anybody.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 14 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I think we may be ready to take a recess. Give me 1 second, please.
right, while you're looking, gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You are recognized.
In the South Gallery is a constituent of mine from the metropolis of Sanford, Mississippi, is Miss Amy Massey. Y'all make her welcome.
Welcome, lady. All right, gentlemen. Anything further at this time?
Mr. Speaker, I think we're at the point where Ways and Means can yield pending further recess.
All right. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. McCarty.
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
I'd also like to piggyback off my colleague from Covington County and welcome Miss Amy Massey, but also welcome her 5th grade gifted class that's joining us in the North and South Gallery. So please give them a round of applause and make them welcome.
Welcome. All right. Any further introductions? Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Foreign announcements, Mr. Speaker.
You're
proper
recognized.
Time. Thank you. I want to remind Appropriation Committee members of the appropriation meetings that will begin at 1:30 today. Appropriation B will be at 1:30, C at 1:45, D at 2, and E at 2:15. And when you arrive in the committee room, go to your normal seat. Your packet will be in front of your chair there awaiting you for each of those individual committees. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Hines, Miss Summers.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I am so honored to have 3 people here in the North Gallery. They are Dr. Hines, Miss Leela Jones, and Tyrese Sells, my professor and my classmates in my graduate program at the I Love Jackson State University Public Policy and Administration. Thank you. Please make them feel welcome.
They're coming to see why you're not showing up for class, lady. All right. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. We are going to take a long recess, and we are going to reconvene today at 4 o'clock for your planning purposes. I know many of you are headed to a luncheon at the Trade Mart and other places, but we will reconvene at 4 o'clock. So with that, I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in
recess. I'm sorry. Hold on, gentlemen. Madam Clerk's got some additional announcements. Hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wildlife will not meet today. Constitution will not meet today. Education will meet in room 204 at 1 o'clock. Appropriations B will meet at 1:30 and 201A. Appropriations C will meet at 1:45 and 201A. Appropriations D will meet at 2 o'clock and 201A. Appropriations E will meet at 2:15 and 201A. Appropriations A will meet at 2:30 and 201A. Corrections will meet at 2:30 in room 401. Medicaid will meet at 3:15 in room 113. Insurance will meet after adjournment in room 402.
All right, gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner, for further announcement.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have some fine young people from the Baldwin City Schools in the South Gallery with their escorts, and we'd like for you to give them a warm welcome, please.
Welcome, young people. Good to have you at your capital today. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I'm sorry, I do. Keep coming in. Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Octibaha, here on the front row.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. We're going to move education to 2 o'clock since we're getting a late start. So education meets at 2 o'clock, not 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything further? I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 4 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess till 4 p.m. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House will stand in recess until 4 p.m. What's that? Let the House come back to order. I would draw your attention, we've got another supplement 2 to your calendar that adds a couple of items on the general calendar. And I believe the junior gentleman from Jackson is going to handle one of those bills out of Marine Resources. I believe it's item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to call up item 1, House Bill number 1095. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
This bill is to exempt the state-owned oyster bottom lease property from municipal and county tax levy. There's an issue where some state-owned oyster bottoms went to a tax sale. Somebody purchased it at the tax sale for, I think it was $100 or something like that, and trying to claim ownership in those state-owned oyster bottoms. So we're exempting them from that. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item on Supplement 2, General Calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2, House Bill 733. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a repeat of a bill we've passed out of here a couple of years. It's a revolving loan fund for our municipalities. It establishes a loan program through Home Corporation that will administer the loan to municipalities that want to borrow money to clean up blighted areas, dilapidated and abandoned areas. For municipalities with 10,000 or less population, it is a grant. They would not have to pay that loan back. The Home Corporation would administer policies and procedures to administer the grant and the loans. A municipality making the loan would have a year before they had to make a first repayment. Interest rates would be below anything that's your prime rate. There will be extra low interest rates on these loans, but it would allow our municipalities a tool in their tool chest to fight blighted, dilapidated, and abandoned properties. And that's a quick explanation of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
What is the borrowing capacity for the loan, and what would be the cap for the grant?
Gentlemen, a lot would be dependent upon what monies we put in initially, whether we put in $1 million or we put in $10 million. So that would have to be promulgated by the Home Corporation who was handling the procedures. I'm sure there would be some reasonable cap to allow as many municipalities as possible to participate based on the initial funding of that program.
So it'll be a competitive grant, so to speak. It'd be a competitive grant, so to speak.
Well, it would be a grant for 10,000 and below population. Above that, it would be a loan, and those monies would be kind of equally dispersed out, so you wouldn't give it all out in grant, not have any to loan out, or vice versa. You don't want to loan it all out and not have any for a grant. So the Home Corporation would take care of that.
So this will be a recurring, I guess this will become a law. It'll be on the books going forward.
That's correct, gentlemen. The intent would be this would be an ongoing project, because once municipalities started paying their loans back, it would have more money for them to loan out in years to come. So yes, gentlemen, hopefully this would be a recurring opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right. That's all on the general calendar. I believe we are back to Ways and Means calendar. And I believe, gentlemen, we were down to item 3. Is that correct? On supplement 1, is that where you want to go? You
Yes,
tell us
sir.
where you want to go.
I believe that is correct. Supplemental calendar 1, Mr. Speaker, item 3, House Bill 1903. I call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
All right. You want to explain your amendment?
Yes, sir. So this House Bill 1903 is a similar tax credit bill to one we did this morning. It contains the new market tax credits, the Children's Promise Act tax credits with additional funding or additional allowances. It also includes the broadband tax credit that was the House version plus $1.5 million cap per entity, the way that they had requested. And there was, in the amendment, there was some additional cleanup language dealing with apportionment in out years that they had requested that was not in that version from this morning. So that's the amendment we were waiting on. The amendment also contains, this is the gentleman from Lowndes' bill dealing with tax credits for YMCAs to encourage contributions to YMCAs and those types of facilities. And so that would be an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. I went ahead and explained it with the amendment.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, next I would go to item 4, House Bill 1879. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Next, I would ask that the gentleman from Hines be recognized to handle the bill.
Junior gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman. Today, before I have you, House Bill 1879, I'm sorry. You know, we talk about how much we love the city of Jackson and why we're here, why we come every year. We talk about all the development that occurs in other districts around the state. We talk about how we always want to uplift the city of Jackson and bring Jackson to its glory. We talk about how we want to provide jobs and economic development for all of our people here in the city of Jackson and the state of Mississippi. Well, before you, ladies and gentlemen, I have a vehicle that will do just that for the city of Jackson. A vehicle that will stimulate business and opportunities in the city of Jackson. Now, I understand some people have some heartburn about this piece of legislation, as I do as well, for certain reasons. However, there is no way that I am going to stand and not support and defend the city of Jackson on an important piece of legislation like this. You know, I heard that there was some chatter about people dying before things like this comes before this house. Well, I stand before you with the sword, and I'm ready to fight. This is an economic development engine for the city of Jackson that provides opportunities for not just the city of Jackson, but surrounding counties, such as Warren County. We've figured in opportunities for Warren County in this legislation, and I'm just going to briefly go through it. Now, we always talk about we want growth and economic development in the city of Jackson. Well, here's your opportunity to stand up and do just that. This act creates the City of Jackson Revitalization Act. This act provides opportunities to small businesses as well as developers to do things in the City of Jackson as provide jobs. This act also gives the opportunity for a tax credit and rebates to individuals who decide to do work within the City of Jackson with respect to this development. This development will be placed inside of the CCID, 6,000 feet away from the new Capitol. So there's your police protection, all of our CCID lovers who support CCID. So it's in a safe place. So you don't have to worry about your safety. It also adds an opportunity for blighted communities in the City of Jackson. There will be a fund that will be administered by DFA to handle blighted communities. You'll be able to apply for those just like we did with the last piece of legislation. I think it was 733. This is an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, for the City of Jackson to grow. And if you haven't read the bill, let me tell you what the opportunity is. It's for a casino and resort area for the City of Jackson. You're talking about 1,200 hotel rooms that will be within the CCID and the City of Jackson. You're talking about new economic revenue and tourism for the City of Jackson. You're talking about 6,000 plus jobs in the City of Jackson and surrounding areas. 6,000 jobs in the City of Jackson and surrounding areas. I'm gonna say it one more time. 6,000 jobs for the City of Jackson and the surrounding areas. This piece of legislation will not hurt your casinos in Vicksburg, Natchez, Greenville, or the coast. They all have their own unique destination. They do. Jackson does not have beaches. People who want to go to the beach are going to go to the beach. This is an opportunity to uplift the City of Jackson and make Jackson whole. This is an opportunity to provide jobs for those constituents that you have that don't have jobs or are looking for a new job or looking to start a new business. This is an opportunity to put Jackson on the map. This is an opportunity to do something great for the City of Jackson, state of Mississippi. We have done a lot of work in this building since I've been here. We have uplifted several communities in this building since I've been here. We provided thousands of dollars in jobs to other surrounding areas and communities in this building. And we have neglected Hinds County and the City of Jackson. This is an opportunity for us not to neglect the City of Jackson and Hinds County. Now, I know some of you have issues with it, and that's understandable. But at the end of the day, we're trying to provide support and revenue for the City of Jackson. Mr. Speaker, that concludes my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes.
I notice your compassion for your city, and I'm sure your other colleagues feel the same way. So I just want to let you know I've heard your conversations over and over, and I too echo your exact sentiments. So great bill.
Thank you, gentleman.
Gentleman from Hinds, Mr. Brown.
Support of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go on record supporting this particular bill from Represented, do I have to go down to the podium?
You have a question?
Well, I have a comment.
I think he wants to speak on it.
You want to speak on the bill?
Yes.
We'll recognize you at the proper time.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield?
Yes.
When gambling was allowed in Mississippi, it was relegated to water places like the coast and the Mississippi River. What's this going to do to the rest of the state if we accept this?
Well, gentlemen, I submit to you that this will increase revenue across the state. When this legislation was first formed years ago, we had a mayor and other individuals who were in this building at that time did not see the vision of it, and I fully understand their thought process on that. But this now is 2025 and things change, and we should change and make a new for the city of Jackson.
Well, I understand what you're doing for the city of Jackson, and I don't question whether it ought to have something here in Jackson. My problem is we've got a waterway up my way, and what's it going to do for it? Is it going to allow gambling there?
Well, gentlemen, if they drive over like they drive over to Vicksburg and Greenville and to the Gulf Coast, then yes, it'll provide gambling for them.
Well, we've also got the Tennessee River right on the northeast corner. Are we going to have casinos there?
Well, I'm not advocating for a casino anywhere other than the city of Jackson right now, gentlemen.
I appreciate what you're doing, but
thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, I hear you and I feel you. But you said that this will not affect the city of Vicksburg. I do not see any way that you can have a casino in Jackson that it would not affect the citizens of Vicksburg. I don't see any way that you can have a casino in Jackson that would not affect the revenue for my city. Now, listen, am I for Jackson? Yes. But I'm not going to vote for something to cut my nose off to spite my face.
Well, gentlemen, I submit to you that you are not cutting your nose off to spite your face. What you're doing here is voting for an economic development engine that's going to help the surrounding Metro Jackson area, which includes Vicksburg. We put in a vision, let me finish. We put in a stipulation whereas if the casinos in Vicksburg over a 3-year period lose revenue, the development here in Jackson will make up that revenue over that 3-year period. That's in the legislation, gentlemen.
Okay, let me ask you this, gentlemen. Can another casino move over here and compete with this casino? Yes or no?
It only allows for one licensed casino in the city of Jackson.
So you said the answer is no?
The answer is no. Only one.
So
only
you're telling
one
me
licensed casino will be here.
So you're saying then, if by chance one of my casinos go out of business, that they couldn't even come over here and compete? Is that what you're telling me, right?
No, what I'm telling you, gentlemen, at this time, there will be only one licensed casino provided in this piece of legislation. Now, I'm not going to talk about what if one of your casinos go out of business. I'm not going to speak on that. But at the end of the day, gentlemen, they have an opportunity to apply for this one license.
They have an opportunity to apply for this one license?
Yes, they do. It has to be a Mississippi-based.
So why has it got to be one license?
Because we don't need two.
Why is it not opening it up?
We only need two. We only need one, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you almost got me.
So, gentlemen, now you say you want to do something for the city of Jackson.
100%.
You should be open to any and everybody that wants to come here to this city.
Well, gentlemen,
to do business.
So, gentlemen, I'm not saying that we're not. What I'm telling you this is that there's one license that will be available. If they so choose to do so, they can apply for it. So if that is your casino, if that's all the casinos in the state of Mississippi that want to apply for this one license and come together, they can do that as well.
Well, gentlemen, I do not see how this body, I'm hoping that this body will not go along with solely having one person, one casino, no competition, That sounds like a monopoly to me, gentlemen.
So, gentlemen, let me stop you there, because it's not a monopoly, because there are other casinos in other areas around the state of Mississippi. So it's not a monopoly.
Are they in the city of Jackson, gentlemen?
Of course not, gentlemen. You know
Okay,
that.
well, in the city
we
of
wouldn't be here if we didn't have this
in my
legislation.
city, we have open competition. We have 4 casinos. We have open competition.
And
we did not. Let me finish.
I'm gonna let you finish.
We did not say 1 or 2 people could come in. It was open to everybody. As a matter of fact, gentlemen, we started off with 5 casinos. 5. 1 didn't make it. So again, you're saying you will solely have 1 casino. If that's not a monopoly, gentlemen, tell me the definition of the monopoly.
Well, let me tell you this, gentlemen, since you asked the question. When you had your 5 casinos in Vicksburg, you had a mayor at that time, or whomever, was open to having casinos in Vicksburg. So that has nothing to do with this piece of legislation right here. And with respect to your casino that closed a while ago, that's not our fault. That's the people who ran that casino. That has nothing to do with Jackson. Jackson at the time, when we had the opportunity to have a casino here, chose not to do it. That was years ago. We're talking about now. We're talking about the future, and that's what we're going to stand on.
And gentlemen, I never said one thing about it was anybody's fault. My point to you is, if you want an open free market, then let everybody have the right to come in this market.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong. The second largest city in this state is the city of Gulfport, correct?
That's correct.
The city of Biloxi has at least 7 to 10 casinos, correct?
That is correct.
The city of Gulfport only has 1 casino, correct?
That is correct.
Do your time and your travel through this state, have the 1 casino in Gulfport been affected by the multiple casinos in Gulfport when there's only a 10-mile split between the 2?
No, it's
correct?
no, it has not.
Thanks for fighting for your legislation in your state, your city, man.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, are there any protections in this bill for the lady at the casino?
The lady at the casino?
Yeah, the one whose man wasn't treating her right. I couldn't resist.
Man.
Yeah, give her $2.
Oh, boy.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Reluctantly. Yes.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
If I go on this casino in Jackson, what kind of games are they going to have on there? Like, what kind of games are we going to be able to play?
Well, I'm not sure what type of games they'll have, but I'm sure you can come up with one.
Come up with what?
With one.
Okay. Would it be blackjack at the casino? Would I be able to play blackjack?
I'm most surely you will be able to play blackjack.
And what about poker? Would I be able to play poker?
9 times out of 10, you'll be able to play poker.
Okay, gentlemen, now who is responsible for this project?
Well, there's no one particular individual responsible for the project. As you saw the letter on your desk, there's been a group of individuals that have been looking at developing the city of Jackson and helping out on development.
Okay, and with this project somehow coincide with Rankin County, with any of the property be located on Rankin County?
Not to my knowledge, gentlemen.
Huh?
Not to my knowledge, gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
All right.
Gentleman from Tate, Mr. Lamar.
Mr. Speaker, I got a motion at the proper time.
State your motion.
Motion is to lay this bill on the table.
Gentleman's motion is to lay the bill on the table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone wishing to speak. Mr. Brown, gentleman from Hines, you want to speak to the motion? All right, question occurs on gentleman's motion to table. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill is tabled. All right, I think that concludes our work on the calendar. I will recognize Madam Clerk for announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Insurance will meet after adjournment in room 402. For tomorrow, Judd A. will meet at 9 in room 113. Business and Commerce will meet at 9:30 in room 114. Public Property will meet at 10 o'clock in room 114. Drug Policy will meet at 10:30 in 204. Tourism will meet tomorrow at 11 o'clock in room 402. Marine Resources will meet at 11 in 114. After adjournment tomorrow, AET will meet in room 103. 10 minutes after adjournment tomorrow, Conservation and Water will meet in room 113. 1 o'clock, Public Health will meet in room 113. Apportionment and Elections will meet at 1 o'clock in 401A. Universities and colleges will meet at 2 o'clock in 204. And Banking will meet 15 minutes after adjournment in room 402 tomorrow.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to confirm that Madam Clerk said that the Business and Commerce Committee would meet at 9:30 tomorrow morning in room 114. And I would also like to announce that tomorrow everyone is invited to a BIPEC lunch over at the Old Capitol Inn from 11:30 to 1. It is a come and go style lunch. It is not a plated lunch. You just go and get your food and eat and leave. So please come. BIPEC invites you to the Old Capitol Inn tomorrow at 11:30.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold House Bill 1902 on a motion. That was on the supplemental calendar. I think it was item number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If y'all notice on your desk, blue envelope, that's for next Wednesday, the Tourism Gaming Association at the South. There's 2 tickets inside there. If you didn't have it on your desk, please come see me. But you have a blue envelope on your desk for next Wednesday. If you don't plan on going, bring me an envelope, please. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any further announcements? We're 10. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Been asked to announce that tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Trade Mart, the State Department of Health will have EMS Children's Day. EMS Children's Day. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I don't see any further announcements. I'll recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand adjourned until 10 a.m.